Things first, let's do this one because this is gonna be easy. Oh, actually, it would be nice to be done with all of the current side quests.
Looks like we made it here in one
that we
piece.
can do at least. I'm pretty certain this one won't be too hard.
Okay, off we go.
The more CP we go to, the better. I think we're
That
all good.
Zoogel's in our way.
Right, here we go.
Should probably take out the little ones first.
It's all mine.
Illumination? I'm not so good with airborne
I'm
targets.
surrounded. Vacuum blade. We got fire.
I got it. Let a marksman handle it.
All yours. Now I'm real mad. Here I come. Strike. I'll smash you. It's over. I'll tear you apart. Dragon swarm. Vacuum blade. I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw. Take this.
Lightning
Here.
Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark!
It's cold.
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more. Got it.
Well done!
You're mine.
One more!
Stardust. So this is
Raging target! First aid!
So you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful.
Here!
With the blazing sword and with my thorns.
Illuminate the dark! Where's evil? Freeze laser! This one's mine!
no escape.
Sight! There you go! Don't let up!
Dragon swarm.
Storm! Radiant pierce! Far beyond the darkest sky!
It's finished.
Let's do it!
Blade. Storm.
Hear me!
Eternal
Flame of fury!
devastation.
Roar! Dance in the wind!
I feel like it should be knocked down for longer with the core stuff. I know it takes like increased damage and the like, and it is a free down on top of the other downs that you're able to land on it.
This one's mine!
You're mine.
It is a little too early.
Healing circle!
Wind. There you go. What's this? Ignite. Lunar dragon. Lunar rondo. Soaring light spear. Stardust. Inferno. Blazing falcon. Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade. You're mine. Oh, now you're talking. You're finished. Dragon swarm. Hurricane. There.
Holy land!
Severing wind. Dragon shell.
Oh, violent guardian here! Call it now!
I'm not done. Dragon swarm.
That was a lot of damage.
Megasonic thrust.
The enemy is going all out!
Be still. Lunar rondo.
It was nice while it lasted.
Lunar rondo. Tear. Void blast.
Got it! Now's our chance! Dance in the wind! Healer circle!
I owe you one.
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on
Soaring
our
light
plate.
spear.
Yes, ma'am.
Here it comes. Burn in hell. Talent storm. Lunar rondo.
Take this.
Now I'm in the spear. Poison.
Falling behind. Looks like this one's mine. Like hell it is.
I never miss! Air thrust!
Rising falcon. Dragon swarm.
Take it!
That was a pretty good combo.
I'll finish you here and
Here
now.
I go! Go!
Severing wind. Storm. Lunar rondo. Soaring light spear.
I'm out of ammo! Sleep
You're mine.
the fray! Do it! Dohalim!
Light burst forth.
Radiant finishing! Am I on a a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a
Did we miss that last time, or did that respawn? There's no way I missed that. And maybe not respawn, but like I put it there for me to find afterwards. Interesting.
Aw, are you tired, Poodle?
You sure he's not just trying to hide from us?
Those twisters finally gone
Yeah.
now. Yep, they're all gone now. Those tornadoes are no match for me.
How?
Well, I'll be. Just what sort of magic did you use on those things?
Huh?
Actually, it was a team effort. Was she on here, right? Yeah. I know how to fire a gun, so... So, what were you doing? Was she fired, young lady?
Well,
Oh, I was cheering her on, giving her orders, and, giving her food.
hey!
I am not a dog, Rinwell. The point is, there's no need for... or there's no more Zoogles for you to worry about. Anyway, see you later. Oh, you leave it already? You're a little twister yourself, young lady. Full of energy and gone in a flash. Badass. What's a master art? Is that... Wait, is that her second mystic? Ooh, baby, she learned Cyclone. That's gonna be badass. Oh yeah, we can. There's like a bunch of subquests that can give her her last 3 titles. Well, this takes precedent. Alright. Well, we won't bother to take those. Oh, this one's too high level for us as well. That one we can't do yet. Alright. The other one, though, is one that I'd like to try and do real quick. I just gotta remember how to find the hints. Can I get key items? Okay, so just beyond the hovels in a land shrouded by sand and stone. Ashley told me the other night that we couldn't technically do it yet. So I'm actually curious if we can do it yet. You know, I have an idea. 1 second. I'm not going to look up the answer to this by any means, but I think I can gauge something real quick. Okay. So it looks like we can do it now. Just had to double check something. One moment. I'm actually looking at this road now. I thought I had a message. Oh, okay. That's something I'll do later. Game I'm playing. We joined a company in New World the other night, and they were asking us to join the server war channel. But that's okay. Not super imperative I do that at this minute. Anyways, so I forget where we already searched, or if it even matters. I want to say we checked here, but that should make it easy. Let's go see. I think this is where we did check.
We've reached our destination.
But I'm also curious about the rock, if we can get behind that yet. What was that again? It's south, right? Ooh, fuck, I forgot about you.
It'll be a breeze. Get in.
Easy peasy. Ha hoodle. Let the marksman handle. Far beyond the target, I call upon thee.
Must be easy to pick off the bad guys from far off.
It is. I mean, aside from adjusting for movement, wind speed, trajectory.
See? Easy.
Isn't... Oh. Curious why we still can't do that. Collecting some potatoes, alright. What was back here? Ore?
I think that might be what we were told to get, isn't it?
An iron pipe. A part only the chosen one can pull out. The wall is bound to stand or stay standing for long with it in hand. What is that a reference to, and what is this? Is this what we're after?
Is this the so-called legendary instrument?
Actually, I think it's one of the freight train parts that I was using for a sword.
I'm sure anything will be fine. We should take it.
Oh, that was what we were after. That's funny. I was just following loot, the loot chain. We didn't do that last time, I guess. Yeah, because we checked over here. That's right. I figured the hovels, it might be like actually next to them. Oh man, would you look at that? Hey, Dave. How's it going, man? Okay, yeah, that's kind of funny. It's wait, hold on. Beautiful. Doing all right. We had Thanksgiving early, so I'm a little tired from the food, but other than that, I'm doing all right. Okay, so next one's in Cislodia, somewhere. I have no sweet clue. I guess I should just double check what the item says, huh? The northern reaches of a wasteland to the north of an abandoned village. Did the route here forest have an abandoned village? I don't think it does. We have to be really careful if we do come here. Thanks, Dave. It is a beautiful weapon.
Looks like we made it here in
Yeah,
one
we had
piece.
to have Thanksgiving a little early this year because my uncle had today off but not tomorrow. So we just said, fuck it. Not to mention it lines up better for my sister and her boyfriend. But... so they can go tomorrow and have Thanksgiving too.
It's on! They got me flanked! We did it!
Here I hoped I was improving.
My fists are crushing it out there!
Alright, well, I would say this isn't where we're supposed to be, probably. Oh, shit. I just opened up Opera. God damn it. I was just gonna check Discord. Opera, get out of here. Scram. It's funny, I was only using Opera so I could, have tabs open for Mugen Monkey for Dark Souls. And like I don't even use it, but I still have it on my bar. In fact, the only tab it loaded was a Mugen Monkey one. For those who don't know what Mugen Monkey is, it's a character builder for Dark Souls, so you can plan your characters out. Being the absolute nerd that I am, basically plan all my characters out. Just reading the guide now to see something. Oh, the clues are only for that one area. Oh, fuck, that makes so much more sense. Does it? Wait, hold on. Didn't it say frozen in the text? Oh, it's just wasteland. Oh, my brain... That's a Canadian in me, alright? And I hear wasteland, I think fucking frozen tundra, alright? Rip. That makes so much more sense. I had to read the guide because I was like... I don't know of any abandoned village. Like, can I at least get like a map name? And then it's like, oh no, all three of these are for the same area. I'm like... You fucking kidding me? We actually... Whatever. It's fine. Where the fuck do I have to go? Mahog, sorry, that's right. Why is there no teleport over here?
We finally made it.
I was talking about it a bit earlier, but I managed to get one of my mods, Dylan, well, mod and good friend of mine, Dylan,
I don't
interested
sense
in
any
the
more
game.
enemies.
And I've been thinking about it more and more. I'm so excited for him to play through this. It's the first time in a while that I'm going to get someone to play a game that I played first, not the other way around. And I'm excited to get his take on the game. For that matter, any one of my friends will pick it up, but I think he's the only one that so far that said that they're going to. But such a good game.
I'm not so sure.
Well, I gather you finally solved the riddles.
How's this?
Yeah, we found this thing. If that's what you mean. Oh, splendid. I knew you were all up to the challenge. That is indeed the legendary instrument that slumbers in these lands. It's just a rod that I was using. No, amigo, it is a rod that you were destined to use. And with her you shall perform feats that shall inspire legends.
I see.
So that really was the instrument that we were after. So you're saying I should fight with this thing? Well, take her and go forth into the world. Achieve your grand destiny that you were born to fulfill.
Great.
All right, if you insist. It's got a unique curvature to it, but I'm sure I can get used to fighting with it over time.
Huh?
Pardon me? I'll have to learn all of its unique bends by heart. I might even have to change what parts I use depending on what I'm attacking or whether I'm defending or attacking. Hold on, are you perchance being serious? Oh, this has been such a fun little excursion. Truly. Your words have truly been inspirational to us all. You should work at my palace. Nay, would you consider joining us on our journey and hearing Elfin's beautiful music for yourself? Yeah, you should come along with us. If there are any other legendary instruments out there, I'd definitely like to know. I sincerely appreciate the offer. However, alas, I must go where the wind blows. I shall leave it up to you to bear witness to the legends that are sure to unfold with that instrument in his hand.
Agreed.
Very well. Then I shall keep watch over his every movement, so as to ensure that I do not miss history in the making.
Dohalim.
Well, I'm going to have to come up with a way to fight that takes advantage of this thing, Dohalim. Would you mind helping me out with that? Certainly. As you all know, I'm quite proficient in fighting with rods and staffs. Don't do anything with her that I wouldn't do. And with that, I shall be off until we meet again. Adios. Farewell, my friend. Be safe. Remember the still probably get? Yeah.
I can't believe you managed to shoo off that irritating bard.
Had we brought him along, it would have livened up our journey considerably.
You know, maybe you're right. We could have hit it off.
Yeah, and the two of you could be irritating together.
I love this game. Like, at a glance, that probably looked like Elfin and Dohalim were being dumb, but they're really just being sarcastic with him, and I fucking love it. Beautiful, beautiful interactions in this game. At 99.9k or 19.9k. Blip, my brain. I need to play Neo. Now that it's on PS5 with the big collection and all that, I can just easily do it. It's like a full price game for 2 games, and they're remastered versions of 2 games. So I mean, pretty good deal realistically. Did they put the 2-pack on PC? Because if they did, that might actually be better. Better to do. Either way, I'll look into it. It'll be a while before I get to play it anyways, but... Okay, so that's done. Wait, just gonna show you. Oh, there's a, I don't know what it's called or what they call it, but you can get Neo 1 and 2 on PS5 network right now. Or PlayStation Network, I don't know why I said it like that, fuck. And it's the remastered version of both games. Or at least one? I don't know if 2 did get remastered. You get it for free. But yeah. I actually own Neo 1 across from me, but I don't have anything I can play it on. Because, I mean, I could lug the PS4 in here to do that. No extra money needed to be spent, but I'm not too worried about it. I think that's it for side quests that we can just do. There's 2 we haven't even accepted that we probably can do, but I think that's a call to head over to Lenegus. Honestly, when we get to the end of the game, we're gonna be like pretty set to just do the rest. I forget. I think there's a glossary here somewhere. Not a glossary, sorry. I read glossary in my mind. Play records, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, so there is a bit of treasure chest left. We actually got quite a bit of skits. Okay, so, we're a bit over half of it with the subquests done. I'm assuming once we beat the game is where most of them open up. And I think we could be at about 50 right now. So we have about 20 to come. And 20, there's probably some in Lenegus and some on Rena, because I'm assuming we would go to both places. I want to 100% the game if I can, but... I mean, I actually don't know if we're in... I mean, we're not at end game, but we might be in late game. Oh, wait, there's more of those left than I thought there was. There's 6 left? I thought there was only 5 left. Oh boy, we're actually kind of short on some of these. Alright.
Destination.
Oh, wait. We got that candle thing. I think that's an artifact. There's an SP boost. Oh, source, the Genji in the Hike clans. Oh, they're artifacts from shit. Oh, that's cool. So the source is Gator Panic. I don't even know what that is. Lucky Cat statue is just a Japanese thing. The Glutton's Maze. Oh, it's Pac-Man. Okay. That's funny. I never noticed that. Lego Zelda collection. Yeah, there's a fair bit of extra shit to do. Apparently, once you beat the game, like a chunk of it opens up too. From my understanding, when the game, at the end of the game, there's like at least, I know of at least 3 mega bosses. And I'm pretty certain there's more that open up once you actually beat the game. Those are just ones I know of because when you beat the game, you'll be about the point where you can beat them. They're a little bit too high of a level for me at the moment, kind of deal.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegus? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegus.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegus and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
I mean, I'm pretty certain we'll try if we can.
The people of Lenegus?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegus who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegus. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Shion can finally get rid of her thorns. Shion?
Huh? Yeah.
I'm also anticipating some DLC for the game. I forget if Berseria did, but Zestiria added in like an entire like chapter after the fact. It's a bit of a spoiler, but like one of the characters kind of goes into hibernation, and it's what the characters did after the fact. Thought it was a pretty cool little
Shion?
side story. Curious if they'll do something like that with the Rise. Although, I mean, obviously it depends on how it ends, I guess.
Where'd Shion go? How could she just go off on her own? She's not over there. Where did she run off to? Shion. Shion. Shion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I don't think that gun's gonna do much, Xion, unless you aim to kill.
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
I'm glad they showed up. They were within earshot. They would have heard that.
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time. Huh? The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even... I believe you, Xion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape.
Yeah, she's got like a magical
I want
thorns
to
on her.
believe
Whenever
it's all
someone
just a
touches
bad
her,
dream.
it'll basically like
But
shock
no matter
them.
what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Xion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first. But ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegus. when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renaissance on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's... too much. It's way too much.
when this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Alvin?
Living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alvin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. Fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
First time Law's ever been silent during
Count
something.
me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys.
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys. You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you.
Yeah.
So let's go. On to Lenegis.
Another thing too, the fight scenes in this are fucking fantastic. I'm afraid to save. We're gonna do it anyways.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelagian. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still
Yeah, I think
remain
base
a
price
mystery.
80.
It
80
may be a
Canadian.
mere fluke that her
60
maiden powers have been able to
USD.
contain it thus far.
Whole Canadian
You
money,
know,
am I
I've
right?
noticed since we met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
Yeah. At least companies have been doing a little bit better about normalizing our dollar. Right now, things should actually cost more than 80 bucks. I think it should be like 86 or $7 now, but it's been cut down to 80. And PS5 games should be like 105, I think, which is fucking stupid. That's taxes included, though, right? But it's like 90, like 95 or something like that now. So yeah, at least they put their foot down on where it's to go. It should have never really gone that far in the first place, especially when these companies give breaks to other countries with shitty dollars. Not to say that we're the only ones in this situation. I think, if I recall correctly, Australia and New Zealand also have the same problem that we do. Their dollars kind of poop, and they have to buy things at the same exchange rate, basically. But then you got countries like Russia or Brazil, or there's actually a whole ton of countries, but those are the two that come to mind the most. That like I think the one that I think I've ever recalled correctly, Brazil, on average pays about 20 USD worth of dollars for like a full price game on Steam. I'm not so much sure on like other platforms, and that's fine. I'm totally chill with them getting like a break. You know, their money kind of sucks. Their economy kind of sucks in comparison. Perfectly okay with that. Not a problem. But the other side of it, though, is that they're not the only country that has a poopy economy. It's just that they have a much worse than normal. But the only reason they don't downscale our price to match it, at the very least, to make it more reasonable, is because we still live in a stable economy, which I think is just still kind of annoying. But at least there's something being done now, right? I'm not going to complain about not having to pay more money, but yeah, I don't know either, to be honest with you. I mean, I know a large chunk of it is oil. Oil price went down. There was a point in time a couple years ago where oil was like, I think like 20, like literally $20 like a barrel. Like we could have went out and bought like hundreds of barrels of oil and been like nothing. I think it's up now, but when that happened is when our dollar started to shrink, if I recall correctly. Well, no, that's oil, not like gasoline. I don't know the differentiation. I don't think it was like petroleum or anything like. I can't remember exactly, but I just know like the basic like crude oil. You could you could buy it like $20 a fucking barrel for like it was like maybe like not 10 years ago, maybe like 6 or 7 years ago, maybe a little less than that. And that's when our dollar started to shrink. Because there was a point in time about like 10 years ago, I think it was, where our dollar actually was, I think like...
I need something to eat.
I want to say like 5 cents? Or 5% maybe? Above the American dollar? Something along those lines. And it actually made it so that when we bought things, it was cheaper. Which is cool. And that lasted for a little bit. And then it shrank again, which is normal. And then when it shrank, though, something that whole situation happened, or whatever else happened. That may not have been the whole situation. And our economy got hit so hard that we dropped to 25% below the American dollar. And now I think we're 35%. I know we've at least been bouncing since COVID. We've been bouncing between 25 and 35%, which is ridiculous. Like, that's a lot of fucking money extra you're paying on shit. And then on top of that, across Canada, digital sales tax is being enforced now. So it never used to be. It was like a suggested thing, but you never had to do it. Companies didn't have to adhere to it. So now not only are we paying like a we'll average about a 30% exchange rate, but we're also paying another 15% tax rate on top of that. God damn. It's insane. It really is. That said, I have no problem with like a tax rate. Honestly, I mean, we have sales tax in our provinces. It makes sense that goods that we buy would have tax on them. That's whatever. The issue I have is that they have made very little effort at fixing our fucking economy. That should have been the first move, not this. Come on, man. It's like, I don't know. I've always felt like people in general tend to not want to fix the root of a problem more than they want to fix the principle of a problem, if that makes sense. Like, it was a bit of a problem that there wasn't sales tax online. Sure, okay. You know, from a government standpoint, that makes sense. But we also have a really poopy economy, and if you just fix that and then implement it, no one would bat an eye. No one would be angry at all. Why are you being angry with a crook fight? I don't know, the game told me to. It's the game's fault, not mine. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Dave. It's one of those moments that, like, whatever. Hopefully things get better over time. I have my doubts because I don't think really anyone in our government has really put our economy at the top of their list, which kind of makes me sad. Because, I mean, it was higher up in certain lists, you know, but, like, point is, it's like, it just doesn't seem to be anyone's priority right now. I mean, that's not to say it should be our only priority either. There's plenty of things that need fixing and changing and whatever, right? But, yeah, either way. How you doing, GTA?
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was
Yeah,
nothing.
really.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, That doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
We dragged to the emergency room
Shion doesn't
again?
know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to
I mean,
save her at
pneumonia
the
won't
last
go away
minute.
right away. You'll have
Yeah,
that cough
very
for
funny.
like a month
I'm being serious.
after you're even done
You went
being
up
sick.
and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I'm sorry you
I
didn't
just
kiss her.
want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants.
Yeah, big thing with pneumonia. I've had pneumonia a couple times over the years. It was a part of like tests I had to get when I was younger. I think I caught pneumonia like twice back to back, which is like a sign of, I think it was meningitis. It's something. It's a sign of something, anyways. So I had to go in for testing, and I remember it was terrifying. A little kid in me fucking was nightmarishly terrified about this whole thing. I can visibly picture it in my head. I was very young, and I can picture the room. I can picture the shit they hooked me up to. Terrifying. That's like my long-term memory is pretty fucking good, but still, like I can remember the day we moved into this house. I was 2 fucking years old, and I can remember it vividly. It's funny. My parents are like, "You can remember the apartment we were staying in back then?" I'm like, "Yeah, I can." Vaguely. I only really remember the day that we went back to get a couple things. I remember there was Nesquik sitting on a counter. And there was white paper over the counters because I think they were like doing something, renovating or something. But like, yeah, weird. Anyways, point is, yeah, pneumonia fucking sucks. And when I've had it a couple times since, adult years. And it pretty much gives me a cough and a slightly hoarse throat for like a fucking month after I've recovered. It is a fucking pain in the ass. The annoying part is I've felt fine mostly for the last couple of days, but I get very fatigued very easy now. Yeah, that too. Although, to be fair, I don't recall if that's ever been a case for me, though to be fair with you, the most I do in my day, or has ever done in my day, is either lift weights, which these are only 6-pound weights, so not that bad. Or like push-ups, sit-ups, and I highly doubt I would have been doing anything like that after I would have been sick, probably even for like a bit after I was sick. So I really don't know if I would have been fatigued after the fact. But point I'm getting at is that makes sense too. I could see it. In all fairness, I get fatigued very easily anyways. Like, it doesn't matter how in shape I am, I just get fucking fatigued by nature of my insomnia, but whatever. Zithermycin. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, no, it's funny, when you think about getting sick at least in the West, I mean, I suppose it could be different depending, you always think about getting a cold. I mean, I guess COVID's a big topic nowadays, but like, aside from that, you think about getting a cold, getting the flu, but like, there's some nasty shit out there you can get that's not necessarily deathly for like the common person, but like, pain in the dick to get. Like, what's another one there? Mono is a really fucked up one to get. Like, mono is a weird one because your posture and the way that you like exist has to change, or else you could get really, really sick. Because I forget, it like bloats one of your organs or something like that, right? If I recall correctly, Jesus. And that could be deathly, but yeah, weird shit about how like there's just things out there that I don't think are like a common like thought process, like for you to think like, oh yeah, I got sick. You're like, oh, you got the flu. It's like, no, I got pink eye. It's like, oh yeah, that's a thing. It was a mild case. That's fair. I mean, honestly, that's probably a good thing. If you have it really bad, it can be like a thing you'll have to be hospitalized for. And again, if you catch pneumonia back to back, I don't know if it's a sign in adults. I know it's a sign in kids of another more harsher disease. So, or sickness, illness, whatever. I don't know. Long story short, stay safe, GTA. Don't go dying on me. Strep throat fucking sucks too. I had that when I was younger. I was supposed to get my tonsils out, but the doctor said, we can just give you some medicine instead. I was like, oh, chill. So I still have my tonsils. Yeah, I think, I don't remember if strep throat is tonsillitis or if tonsillitis is caused by strep throat or whatever the case may be. I'm not a doctor. But he just said it was too mild. And they were going to do it just to do it because apparently it's one of those ones where they just fucking do it. But... and he's like, nah, you're good. I was like, oh, cool, awesome. My doctor's been really interesting like that. Or well, he's retired now, but honestly, awesome dude. It's not. Oh, I suppose that's fair. Yeah, I feel like you can get strep throat without having tonsils. That's a fair point. That's crazy shit, man. There's a lot out there. I don't know. People should be safe. Don't get try not to get sick, I guess. Yeah. Actually, speaking of not getting sick, I go in for my second vaccine shot here in what? 5 or 6 days, I think. 15th, I think it was. I have a thing up there I can go check, but first shot kind of wiped me out a little bit, so I'm hoping the second one doesn't. I've heard that if the first one wipes you out, the second one might not. My luck, that won't be the case. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to being sick, even for a day. Being sick sucks, man. Ugh. But getting it out of the way is the big thing, right?
I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
Yeah, actually, the first shot, I couldn't even lift my arm. Like, I could lift it, like, here. Like, I know I'm not really on camera, but, like, this is about as far as I could go before it would, like, hurt. And I just couldn't do it. On top of that, I felt, like, really dazed afterwards. It sucked. Like, I had that moment of, like, I was shell-shocked, I think is the best way to explain it, when I first got the shot. And my only thought process is I hadn't eaten that day yet. It had been like 12 hours. I didn't mean to fast. I just ended up doing so. And it hit me in a way that I was just like zoned out. And I was like, wow, this is a weird feeling. I'm like, I wonder if I should tell someone about this. And then it went away in 30 seconds. So I was like, okay, we're good. Like, I don't think I had any increased heart rate or anything like that. So, which is the thing they told me I should really be looking out for. So I was like, okay.
Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good.
Honestly, they did a fucking
But even then,
wonderful job
she
of
didn't think
Shion's
she could
character.
say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so.
Ow, ooh, ooh.
I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
Rinwell's really graduated from being a racist. Proud of you, Rinwell.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me, and
very
I couldn't
generalizing
even see
it.
it.
It'll make sense if you play the game. You'll get the joke.
Bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we.
Scared the poop out of me.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr,
Bit of both.
I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
Actually, Zephyr would be beyond proud, in my opinion.
Wanted to.
Law.
Especially since
Sorry.
Law saved Rinwell
I
from
guess
killing.
those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end.
Reminds me of the forgotten god that I subjugated in
sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma.
In one of our Blades games, Dave.
One time became two. And before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Very true.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested?
Okay, we got our layout back.
Then let's go.
Okay, so we can teleport from here.
Go.
So I don't know if this is a point of no return. I don't think it is. But just in case, we're going to save here. And save 2 will be where we start saving from now on.
We depart for Lenegus.
They probably would have warned us if it were, in my opinion, but...
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Well, I was going to say mega awesome.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but, well, it's as good a name as any. From now on,
I wanted to know what Law was
going to
say, goddammit.
Okay, people. We have 2 goals. First, we need to get to Lenegus and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
I wonder if we're going to have a mini game here. Oh, they really cleaned her up nice, didn't they? Jesus. Tales games have been known to have mini games in them. And this would have been a great point to have one.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the ones set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
There's a belt out there. Oh, that's the line from Lenegis. This game's environments have been really good.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Xion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Yeah, nothing wrong with aiming high. As long as you're willing to accept less than a perfect victory. I think it's a really important thing to keep in mind when doing anything, is that nothing will ever be perfect. But there's nothing really wrong with aiming for perfection.
Hey, Alvin, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
And what's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alvin, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alvin. It's just wrong, okay?
Yeah, I can't blame them. It's not like they've ever been to space before. They're bound to be a bit anxious if nothing else.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
I'm glad they made that
it.
distinction.
That device there caught your eye, huh?
I don't even know if it's really true, but still.
It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and
Yeah,
illnesses.
because vehicle sickness is a form of motion
Oh, you
sickness.
don't say. Well, that should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? Would that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you.
To be fair, if you woke up earlier,
not
you may not
only
have ever
that,
had to
but
make that fighting. But still.
Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now. and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans,
Hey, thank you, Poker.
wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one
How's it
who
going,
brought
man?
me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
I like that. I'm doing pretty good. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna go back to Dowling. I'm a little sad that there's not much to do in here. Like, it would have been cool if there was maybe like a chest or something. I don't know. I feel like I always have that as a complaint. If you got empty space, you got room to add like a chest with some gold in it, if nothing else, or money in a, you know, overarching sense, right? It just feels like a waste to make all this space and then do very little with it. I don't know. Honestly, one of the most minor of nitpicks. Still, just where my brain goes.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
Hey,
I'd like to hear more
thanks
too.
for the host.
It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean?
So it's a meritocracy, but based on magic?
Right? So people's
I
positions
think there's an
are
actual
fixed
word
at
for that,
birth.
funny enough.
They can be honed with the right
I
training.
don't remember what it
and
is,
there are
but I think there
admittedly
is an
other
actual word
factors
for
in
that.
play. But yes, that's
Like
basically the gist. As a
Magitocracy
result,
or something
family
like that,
lines
probably. I
that
would
churn out
assume.
lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak
I
astral
yeah, I guess
arts
it
are
counts as
effectively an
too far off
underclass,
too, either.
denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
She was a test subject. They may not even
On arts
consider her
alone,
running
you're
at
right.
that point.
I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns.
Yep.
They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Night Saber. Oh, awesome.
Sorry.
No,
Yeah,
it's
Knight's a
fine.
great guy.
It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course,
Renwell just
separating
keeps going
people
in
into
on him.
castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
I have a feeling the Red Woman isn't really a human either.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
So this raises a question, actually, that I'm really curious to have answered when we get to it finally. But I have a feeling that there is something much larger at play here. If I know my Tales games, it's not just going to end with us Saving the day, methinks.
There's no one here.
Yeah.
I wasn't
Really?
expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
I would hope so.
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
They probably wouldn't have external
So
defenses.
now what? We've come all this
So they
way
would
on
have
a
had to
hunch
let
that
us
this
land in
red
order to
woman
stop
is here,
us.
right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Would make sense. It's a good thing Elfin happens to be one of
Forbidden?
those.
What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a sovereign in our midst.
Me and Dohalim are on the same wavelength.
In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
And you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alfin said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right.
Fuck it, we
Who
just bust
knows?
in if not, right?
We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone.
I'm a little surprised they didn't at least
Beyond that,
give us some form of a welcome.
wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Thinking about what could be lurking
Hey,
out
you studying?
here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Good stuff.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for
Later.
wanting
Thanks
us
for
to
stopping by.
stay safe.
Would you two
Hope it all goes
children
well.
stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
I guess that would make sense. They wouldn't personally come to receive us. But I think ultimately the big thing we're looking at here is since they look down, they got this really arrogant approach to their system. They probably don't look at us as a threat. They're just like, they'll get inside and some Zeugles will beat their ass. We'll be fine. The machines and Zeugles will handle them. You know, business as usual. That's my guess, at least. Wait, what? There's some damage. Wait, what the fuck happened on Lenegus? Okay. Okay. They might not attack us outright either. That'd be kind of interesting.
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegus changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior, too.
Oh.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help.
Is that Kyle
but what with
McCarley?
the
It
changed
kinda sounds like
topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
There's someone I always get him mixed up with, though, so I could be
Have you seen
misremembering.
Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Doe?
He didn't seem too bad. Definitely a bit racist, but it wasn't as explosive as I was expecting it to be.
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegus are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegus has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two.
So wait, does that mean in the crown contest,
The Danans among us should probably
the lords
keep our
usually
heads down.
do
What if people
die?
freak out?
I shall explain
they
it
weren't even
away
supposed
by
to
saying
interact.
I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
The thing that I like the most about the storytelling right now is they've done such a fucking beautiful job at making the kind of like the structure that everyone kind of believes in and follows is just not true in a lot of different ways, which is generally a really good storytelling tactic to kind of lay out a foundation, but then don't set everything into it, just lay everything on top. That's a weird way of phrasing this, I know. But in writing, basically it's a way of being like, oh yeah, the crown contest, we never interact with each other. But then you instantly throw a bit of a wrench in that, and you're like, okay, things are a bit different this time, but why? Then you come to find out that no, maybe it was never different, it's just the perception and how we were introduced to it was different. Which, I fucking, they do that so much in this game, and I love it. They haven't really explained much about, like, cultural implications in these regions, mostly because they don't really exist on Donna anymore. Everyone's kind of, you know, in the same boat, right? And we haven't really learned much about Renan society yet, which I'm assuming we're about to find out more about.
What could be so important it's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process? It's just unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
Yeah, I was just reinforcing what we already knew.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Yeah, sorry. So basically what it is, Dave, is he can tell by looking at their eyes. And yeah, he was probably off-put by the armor and weapons too, realistically. I didn't really think about that. But he can tell that we're not Renans, which Donans I don't think are... I mean, they don't have a way to, but they probably are also not allowed to be up on board Lenegis. This is supposed to be like high society for the overlords, the people who ruled over the Donans for so long, that enslaved them, so on and so forth. So they have a stigma, like a distrust and a bit of a disgust, I guess would be a better way of putting that, with the Donans, which is pretty much the entire cast except red hair boy and pink hair girl. Yeah. It's loading is done for. The residential quarter is falling apart. Topsy-turvy. The residential quarter, there are a lot of injuries. Stuff keeps dropping in people, and they're also falling down. Yeah, so I made a speculation early on that I think, personally, that the Renan people are also being enslaved. Maybe in a much different way, but I think that even maybe even against their own knowledge. But I think that they're also being enslaved. Maybe not here on Lenegis, but there's a, Oh, wait, we can still teleport down? Cool. But there's a planet beyond Lenegis where the Renans actually come from. I think you can kind of see it in the background somewhere. Maybe not here. You could see it in the background on the ship. I personally think that they're being enslaved, mostly because there's something, there's a plot device, which I'll keep under wraps. If you do eventually play the game, it's a tad bit of a spoiler. But there's a thing that kind of comes up that would only really make sense if they were stealing the astral energy of their own people as well. So I'm curious to see what's going on here. Obviously, high society here probably has no fucking sweet clue what's going on. They're probably just being kept in the dark, right? But ooh, there's so many little questions to be answered, and I'm excited for it.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris House has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
I'm more curious to look around and to do the quest right now. Can anyone hear me? Please, someone answer me. What's going on? Why can't I reach anyone? Oh, there's also loot to be had. Little strawberries. That's actually really cool. I like that is so extra. That something off to the side. I love shit like that. Attention to detail, always appreciated. Huh? Where am I? I just went for a walk, but now I don't know where I am. I don't know. Everything's falling apart and looks completely different. I can't get a hold of Mother and Father either. You have nothing to fear, kids. I'm sure there's a reason for everything that's going on. But even the Zeugles are out running loose. It seems dangerous. Zeugles are nothing more than our servants. They may have gotten out, but I assure you, I'll have them back under control before long. If you kids consider yourselves to be proud Renans, then be brave. We'll have the situation fixed before you know it. Is that what I'm gonna... Oh, they're casting martial arts, but yeah, basically the same thing. Ooh. Yeah, we don't need that. We'll leave it be. I don't know, we might come by. Where's that dang sovereign when you need him? Can't you see the city's in trouble? Well, let's not jump to conclusions now. I'm sure there's a reason he hasn't appeared yet. Let's simply give it time. Something, he may be dead. Oops. Actually, we don't even know if he's dead, but... Could be. Possibly. Probably. Oh, and on my ears. Never have I seen such potent healing arts. Thank you so much for taking the time to help an old woman like me. A lavish parfait filled to the brim with fruit and cream. Though extremely satisfying to eat, eating one risks developing more than a few cavities.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Yeah.
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red.
Oh, does that mean that
Have you seen anyone
Renans
of that
do have
description?
some sympathy in them? I suppose it would make sense. Even if they may look
red,
down
eh?
on them, they may still not want to see them
I
die.
can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
Yeah. The Zoogle suddenly stopped listening to our commands. As soon as she turned our backs, they bolted for the horizon. Nothing like this has ever happened before. I have to put the crown contest on hold, but we can't carry it on things like this.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was
Is that
hoping to
Kira
head this
Buckman?
way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though.
Pretty
A
certain that's
lower
her.
caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
We're learning a lot about Renan
Well,
society.
we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent. Which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth. That Lennigus is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah. That one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Hey.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony
big ol'
underway
fucking
with
hole in his
Volron
chest.
at
I don't
its
think he's
center this
living.
time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Unless something
Wait
saved
a
him.
second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
So there should be a third
If the
Sovereign,
Forbidden
right?
Zone really is off limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana,
Volron
too.
wasn't. He was a
And
part of
it's
the crown
decided.
contest.
That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a
Alphen
passage
was
that she thought might
300
lead
years
to another
ago.
section of the city. It could point us in the right direction.
And the current ruler went
Let's go
silent.
find it.
I'm assuming he was killed, but he should still technically exist.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Cannabelt, Almadria, and Volron.
Well, Almadria could still technically be alive, for all we know. So I don't think Volron intended to kill her necessarily, but what happened to her, it would have been pretty shattering. I don't know if she would have survived it, but potentially. Gonabel and Balsa are 110% dead. I don't, there's no way to come back from what happened to that. Well, Ganabel could have, I guess, but I don't think he did. Volron, on the other hand, is the one that's the most up in the air.
Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
I'm pretty certain there's scenes with Balsaf I haven't seen yet. I noticed a clip in a Twitch thing once. That looked like I didn't watch it. I fucking skipped out of it as quick as I could. I didn't think there would be Arise clips in there. But I noticed it was a scene where he was holding up a glass that wasn't, I don't think it was shown in-game yet. Like, we haven't gotten to it yet. So there's a chance that there is more to be seen about the. I wouldn't mind getting like some backstory on each of them as well. Be kind of cool. Because again, they really weren't developed as characters.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danan city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious.
It's just called being confident at that point, right?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant
Gonna go
is a
see
must.
it? Alright, later, Dave.
Oh,
Thanks for
and it
stopping by.
helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up
They
to
finally
you, that's
found
all.
his,
I'm just helping them along.
His sore spot, I see.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
Oh, fuck.
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously.
God
I'll go
fucking
and have
damn
a
it.
word with them.
Okay, that was funny. I love how it didn't work. It only works with people who don't have a perception of you. Yeah, but it's the idea of confidence. You know, the idea of a con man, right? Or confidence man, for that matter. If you walk and talk like you know what you're doing, most people will just assume you know what you're doing. For one matter, it's, you know, they don't want to like assume. A lot of people really don't want to. for fear of, you know, being insulting. And if you look important, even more so, right? I was actually watching a video, or a mini documentary style video on TV not too long ago about a guy who, I forget which war it was, or where it was, or whatever it was. He literally walked in to the military and said, "Yo, I'm a surgeon." He had someone else's name. It was fraud. He stole someone's, I think, identity a little bit. Not so much that he stole it, but he pretended to be them, kind of. If I recall correctly. There was like several stories in this one video, but this is the one that stuck out to me. So I might have some of the parts mixed, but point is he snuck in, pretended to be this guy as a surgeon. No credentials whatsoever. He wasn't a surgeon. Now, obviously, most cases, you can't just fucking wing being a surgeon. But he managed to learn very quickly and actually saved a ton of people's lives. Crazy enough. But what he did was obviously incredibly dangerous. I don't recommend anyone do that. But, you know, there's something to be said. Like, you walk into a store, you find something on sale. You know, instead of going full Karen mode when the cashier's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, that's not on sale anymore," you could instead just be like, you know, come up with a level of confidence, stick your chest out, stand up straight. First things first, posture, right? Slap that shit down and be like, "Yo, this is on sale." I mean, sure, they might ring it up and be like, "I'm sorry, man, it's not." But no harm, no foul. But if they're like, "Oh, I see." Obviously, don't scam people. That's where the negative connotation of con man comes from. But nothing wrong with, you know, like, for instance, a lot of stores will have sales that expire, but they don't get to taking down the sale signs right away. I just went to the corner store to buy energy drinks, is a good example, right? Sometimes they do these things at Circle K's. If you guys have it, I know Circle K's exist in the States now too, and they're across Canada. But they, at the very least, they do these big somethings, and they're like sales that they do over the weekend. I think they usually start like Friday through Monday or something along those lines. But the issue is that they are technically supposed to end at midnight on the day that they would normally end, or like the very beginning of the day on the day they're supposed to end. But you know, I've walked in, slapped that shit down, and been like, "Hey, this shit's on sale, right?" And you just, I mean, obviously at that point you could argue that maybe they just don't care. You know, it's so close to the line that no one would ever really like give them shit for it. But at the same time, I'm sure it helps a little bit, right? It's funny too, because victims get a lot of anxiety, so it makes me shake a little when I do shit like that. But no, it's kind of fun to play around with though. I can't keep that act up for very long, but you want to know which lord, I suppose? Why? Are you out canvassing for someone? Well, I'm with His Excellency, Wellesley, Telderies. You probably know him better as Lord Balsaf, though. You know, a lot of people consider him to be a giant brute. Believe me, I realize he can be an aggressive man. What those people don't realize is how he looks after the members of his house. It's fair to say that House Telderies doesn't enjoy much esteem. Those of us who serve it will be the first to admit that, really.
Yes!
But His Excellency always stands up against who would mean us harm. Of that we can be sure. So it's kind of one of the, it's a contrast between Lord Balsaf and Almedria, right? Like, Balsaf may have been a giant fucking dick, just a massive prick to his slaves. They were literally fuel to a fire that gave him power. Their literal lives were, right? So, fair, giant dickhead. But I'm a firm believer there's always a silver lining somewhere for someone, right? It doesn't necessarily outweigh the evils, but point. I would say it most definitely doesn't, rather. Not to beat around the bush on that one. But no, it's kind of cool to get this contrast, though, where he instead was, like, totally chill with his own people, though. The people that were below him, he looked after. At the very least, you know, there was a camp he stood for. But in stark contrast to that, you had Almeida, who literally did not give a flying fuck about anyone. Donan's fueled for her. Renan's tools for her. So on and so forth. Zoogl's a means to an end. Right? I think that's a pretty good contrast to have. It really does set aside each of these characters in a way that is just super interesting. Oh God, what's this? 1 second. Hold on, I can't fucking see that. I have no idea what that is. Someone changed the fucking server icon on one of the servers I frequent on Discord, and I think it's supposed to be a joke. I think it's like a character from a Fate series, but I can't read what the hat says. I'm not even gonna try. I can't see it. I just noticed I had some messages I wanted to look at real quick. Okay, sorry. Let us skip. His efforts in the crown contest not only for his family, but to improve the standing of each and every member of his house.
Yes!
I owe so much to His Excellency, I could never dream of serving any other lord. You might want to fucking start looking. He's a tad melted at the moment.
To care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
Oh, that's what he's waving at. Yeah, it's one of those moments, right, where, like, it doesn't absolve anything, but it is still an interesting thing to look at, to kind of get a look at each of the Lord's characters. You know, Almeida was, like, a very self-centered character. Her design even resonated that, and I think that was a really cool choice. Even if I don't know if I really liked her outfit, but I think that's kind of the point. We weren't supposed to. Necessarily, rather. It was more of a case of, like, she doesn't give a shit, and it shows. And I think that was kind of a good contrast. From a game design point, I like that a lot. You know, Balsef, on the other hand, looked like a very indulgent asshole, but then you come to find out that, like, he did have his moments. There was someone he was willing to stick his neck out for. Just, you know, wasn't his slaves. Dohalim is obviously an outlier. He wanted to escape all the pain and strife, and in turn ended up creating kind of like a utopia in a way. Even though things definitely weren't not perfect. Far from rather, but like still, point is that like that's a really cool contrast too. Honestly, probably one of the better written characters in the entire game. Dohalim is beautiful. a testament to why proper character writing is always appreciated. Anyways, not to gush about my boy Dohalim, but all right, and then you got Godabelt. Godabelt was nice because he not only was he causing a lot of like internal strife for control of his realm, but he was actively partaking in it. That shows that he really was evil. Also, for Pepper, or what's the word for it? There's a word, and I can't think of it. It starts with P, but he had a hand in and was complacent in the pain and strife of his realm, but he never had a direct hand in it, right? Like he never pushed any of the slaves into the pit. He didn't bring his axe down on any of them, or at least not that we're aware of, right? He didn't physically do anything, but Godabelt, and he would have stuck a slave with his own knife, not even a second fucking thought. Man was genuinely evil. And he was intelligent about it too, in a lot of ways. If he wasn't also arrogant on top of that, there's a good chance that Godabelt would have been a better villain than like some of the other characters in this game, realistically. They just never ventured into that. I mean, that's fine not to venture into it. They really wanted to resonate the fact that the Renan Lords at that point were very arrogant, and their power quite literally went to their head because they are not used to people standing to them. And I think that ultimately ended up pushing something in the story a lot harder and a lot better than if they were to just make Godabelt a much more important villain. But he definitely had the space to be, if they so chose to take that angle, right? Or that avenue. Yeah, it's like I guess this is one of those things like give and take, right? Like there's a version of the Arise story, I'm sure, in some draft somewhere where Godabelt was like the big bad, maybe, right? Like I could see it. If the devs were to say it, I'd believe it, kind of, right? Yeah, and then you got Volron. Volron's, I think, the weakest link right now. I mean, I think there's probably more to him, but he was giving me a bit of Xenos vibes. If you guys aren't familiar with Xenos, it's not a big spoiler for those who are worried, but in Final Fantasy XIV, he's kind of a villain character that comes about eventually. There's no real precedent to him existing. He just kind of gets tossed in. I mean, it makes sense. Not an assball. I don't think he's necessarily a horrifically bad character. He's just a bad character. But his whole plot driving nonsense is I'm strong and I want to fight the strongest of the strong. And that's literally all he is. Despite having a really interesting story wrapped around him, that just doesn't have anything to do with him. He was basically a very uninspired villain in a fairly inspired circle of conflict, if that makes sense. And so yeah, we're basically at a point. Oh, actually, I don't know exactly what they've done with this character in recent. I haven't totally finished Shadowbringers yet. But Volron really reminded me of that when he mentioned that the only thing he cared about was fighting. But I don't know. I think there's more to Volron's character than we are given. I refuse to believe a Tales game would write a villain to be that one now. I highly doubt it. Every villain that I've experienced in a Tales of game to date has been super nuanced, and honestly, it has there's room to sympathize with them. Obviously, the current villains that we've had right now, not so much. Not much to sympathize with. But we haven't found the big bad yet. We haven't found the guy at the top. While there may not be any sympathy there, I at least hope that there's a reasoning that we can follow as to why he's doing what he's doing. And I'm hoping Volron isn't it. Or if he is, there's more to it that we just weren't told about. You know what I mean? Anyways, enough rambling and ranting and speculating. I think it was good to get that contrast, and I really wanted to like dive into it. I'm sure we're about to get more too, but yeah. Lord Dohalim, you've returned. I see you've brought aides with you. Do you remember who I am, my lord? Surely you must, yes? not only do I support House Il Karas, but more specifically his lordship personally. So much so, I've been trying to share my appreciation of his lordship to any who will listen. In fact, I was planning to publish my extensive writings on the subject through this very terminal for all to read and enjoy. But since the lines appear to be cut due to the recent tumult, I've been unable to upload them. Oh, I know. Since you're all here, I'll just read them aloud. There exists a most handsome man, a man who radiates beauty, whose every word, every syllable is divine poetry. He hails from the famed house Il Karas, and his name is Lord Dohalim. Music is his passion, the arts his great love. The scores of boorish and uncouth men of this land cannot begin to compare to his magnificence. So refined and majestic is his posture, why the mere thought of it brings me to ecstasy. Alright, lady. Once he becomes our sovereign, Rena shall bloom anew, ushering in an era of prosperity for our grand civilization. Until the glory days come, our glory day comes, I shall forever be praying for his victory. Take my money. Morning, noon, and night. Oh, what did you think, my lord? I poured my whole heart into it, hoping to capture your essence. Wait, I forgot to mention anything about his lordship's love for collecting things. Oh, no. I must take this time, while the lines are down, to append it. Only then will my masterpiece be complete.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
Yep.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
Yeah, that's a smart move. I don't blame him. Well, never. I think anyone would try to hear me. Would try to tear me away from House Valkyries.
What?
Huh? What do you want? Don't tell me you work for Lord Dohalim or that dreadful Lord Almadria. Do you? You don't? Well, don't scare me like that. To answer your question, I come from a family that has served House Valkyries for generations. Indeed, I'm doing all I can to support Lord Gunnabel behind the scenes so that he might emerge victorious. Many think him to be a cruel man, but I insist that they're utterly mistaken. No, I'm pretty certain he is. He proved that to us. Though, I don't deny he can be strict. He puts Rena's interests front and center, like no one else. Why, he advocates that rather than stay confined to Lenegis, we should get on with colonizing Donna and expand our horizons. That way we'll become masters of both worlds, and overturn our current minority status on Donna's surface. That is why he seeks to become our next sovereign. Tell me, is there a greater, more noble ambition than that? I think not. Honestly, wouldn't be a bad idea if they weren't also going to just in turn enslave the Donnans more. You know, if they wanted to coexist, yeah, sure, why the fuck not? Fine, either way. It is a pursuit of power for the advancement of all our kind. It is what makes him an exemplary lord, a model above all others. Though I was unable to accompany him myself, my two sons have been blessed with the honor of joining him on the surface. As their father, it fills me with endless pride. No, that's a scary thought. They may be dead now.
Ganabelt was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Yeah, really? Is that all? Well, there might be more over here. Because Almadria, we have a pretty good idea based on our actions, but we still don't know. You know what I mean? It'd be nice to get a better take on her. If I had to guess, they're gonna describe her as a brilliant mind, who is misinterpreted because of her introvertedness, maybe? Something akin to that? I could be wrong, but I think that's where I have with this. Residential zone.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed. The effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
I have a cup here, so I thought, fuck it, I'll just pour the can into the cup. Then I realized I don't really have anywhere to put the cup. Yeah. Put the can here for now. I'll put that away later. Coffee cup, I'll just put on my bed for now. Prominent against the blankets. And let's go back where it was. I'm gonna take a sip of that. Perfect.
Pardon me.
This area falls under the sole jurisdiction of House Canaris. I must ask you to depart at once. Surely you don't claim to be ignorant of our famed house, bowled over by the esteemed Lord Almadria. If so, I urge you to listen well. In fact, I bid you listen carefully regardless. Have you ever noticed how in the history of Lenegis, only a few women lords have emerged to compete in the crown contest? Many have theories as to why this might be, but Lord Almadria quashed the doubts of any naysayers through sheer might. In fact, not only did she usurp her father, the previous master, she also removed her older brother to claim the seat for herself. She's a woman who stops at nothing to get what she wants, who gives her enemies nary the slightest opening strike. Truly, Lord Almadria is a woman of talent. No one in all of Rena better exemplifies the virtues of our nation's meritocracy. Ah, Victim was correct. They do reference it as a meritocracy. There is a word for it, though, a magic-run society. There is a word for it. I don't think it's like an official, word that you'd find in like the dictionary, but it's been coined and like accepted as. Like a good example would be in Magi, the manga / anime. They have a civilization that's like that. There's also a couple other things across, fiction that's been like that, to a point where I think they ended up coining a term for it. Yeah, where basically the idea is the better at magic you are, the more scholarly, the more studious you are, the more power you hold in. And basically what would otherwise be like the headmaster. So think like Harry Potter, right? Dumbledore would be their president or their prime minister or whatever, their leader, right? Or I think Dumbledore was the top dog, right? I think so. It's been a while, but yeah, either way. But ultimately is very similar to a meritocracy as well, though. So pretty cool. I'm glad that we got that mentioned, because I wasn't certain how they were gonna try to spin or play this. Soon the age of a glorious woman sovereign reigning over Lenegis shall be upon us at last. So she didn't quite come out and say it.
To stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
That's kind of a cool insight. So basically everything I said is true. She really was a loner. You know, a very self-centered person. But it's not like she did it out of like some weird like disgust for her own people, even though it probably boiled into that. You know, but it was more of like a it's all she ever knew type mentality, right? Which is cool. From a story writing perspective, I think that's a pretty decent way to write her. It's always nice to have a more dimensions to your characters. Like, you can always have Evil McEvilson, you know, kill off a bunch of children or something fucking evil, right? Just something horrific. But, like, I don't know, maybe Evil McEvilson believes that Cthulhu will fucking come back and destroy the world if he doesn't do it. Instantly, there's a layer to that, right? Obviously, it's not the most interesting layer, but it's instantly something where you look at it and you're like, well, obviously... Oh... They're fighting Zoogles now. Obviously, it doesn't justify killing, you know, a bunch of kids, but at the same time, you're like, well, fuck, you know, it would be really shitty if Cthulhu came back and destroyed the world. I don't know why Cthulhu was the thing I went to. But yeah, no, so it's like, yeah, layers like that are really great. And obviously, the more nuanced your conflict is, the easier it is to do that. So, like... Currently, the conflict is the crown contest. They grow up thinking that it is the greatest thing ever, and they grow up thinking that it is their birthright to lord over Donans. So they don't really see it as like an evil, immoral thing out the gate. Honestly, that's not a very original foundation for a story. Actually, you'd be surprised how often that gets used. I mean, we already drew the example of. The Drow from Dungeons and Dragons as an example, right? Not the exact same thing, but it's pretty simple. So, you know, you got that kind of lying in, and then you've got on top of that, hell, even they themselves seem to be lording over themselves in a way. It's just kind of weird, but I like it. I think it's good, but it raises a lot of questions, I suppose. But then, on top of that, they're able to start pulling in interesting, unique ways for these villains to kind of exist. You know, you get the cruel asshole Ganabel, who cares for his people, but genuinely doesn't see the Donans as more than playthings, realistically. Almedra, who didn't even see her own people in that regard. Everyone was an obstacle, in her opinion. You know, like, things like that are, whereas, like, on their own would be weird and maybe, like, basic. But then when you start tying everything together and it becomes a bunch of layers on your character, it just instantly makes them more interesting. Sorry, authorized personnel only. The damage beyond here is too severe. You have to go around. You know, so on and so forth. I don't mean to, like, harp on about this. Because it's honestly not, like, a super hard to do tactic in writing. It's something that gets overlooked a lot. Where is that happening? Oh, it's down there.
Ridiculous.
How loathsome. Oh. I'm just reading about Voron. Can I help you?
Okay.
As I was an ardent supporter of Lord Urwagi. Hildrasim myself. Were it not for his sudden death down on the surface, I likely still would be. In my eyes, Lord Urwagil, is the true Water Lord. I don't believe for a second that he perished in some accident, like they say. As for how Voron runs Ganatheros, don't get me started. He enslaves not only Dawnans, but even his own fucking Renans. Fellow Renans, I don't know why my brain went there. But we may live in a society where the victor go with the spoils, but his actions go against what we live, or what we as people stand for. Besides, just what sort of family line is this house Ignisari of his anyway? I'd never heard of it until he came along, which means they must be among the lowest dregs of society. That's such an ignoble lineage. But suddenly produce an national outers capable of ascending to to lordship is unheard of. None of it makes any sense. Not to mention all of the upheaval around here of late. What is happening to our people?
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Harros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Renna, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Renna.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Yep.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Xion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Yeah, I've always been a firm believer of that too. I don't like the idea of demonizing people, or things for that matter. Because if we start to look, I mean obviously this is an extreme case, but if we start to look at things as demons, like whenever something evil happens, especially abhorrent, very evil things happen, and we start to look at them in that regard, we start to not think of them as humans, but for as gruesome and as scary as it is to think, they are humans, and it is a human thing that we are capable of, are the evils that these humans commit. Obviously, that's where morals and and other such stuff comes into play, and you would hope that the majority of humanity isn't like these evils, nor is it something that we should use to defend or rectify the actions of evil. But at the same time, I think it's healthy for humans to realize that their fellow human beings around them could be just as evil. Nothing to be afraid of. I don't think we should let it get to us to a point where we're afraid of literally everyone around us. But, you know what I mean. It's definitely the same line of like, these lords did horrible things to their slaves. Some of them even did horrible fucking things to their own people. You know what I mean? It's like, definitely inexcusable, no matter what. Nothing ever changes that. You could even liken it to like Hitler, what he did. Nothing ever in a billion years justifies what they did, right? But at the same time, they were still human beings, and it is important to remember that. Hitler 2 could be right around the corner. Sorry. In my brain, I was thinking about where to, like, end that. Anyways, yeah, so I think, yeah, that's kind of where my brain is. I like that. I like the way that they're portraying this. I think it's very well done. It's maybe a hard pill to swallow in some cases, but like, or maybe for some people for that matter. But I think that it's kind of an important thing to touch note on. So. Mother, what's going on? I'm scared. I'm not sure, son. Never in my years here on Lenegus has anything like this ever happened. Not even once. There's always been a decree before something takes place. Not only was there none this time, but the residential quarter has seen damage and injuries. Could that mean there's something bad happening then? I won't lie to you, boy. It's possible. But hey, for now, all we can do is wait and hope for the best, alright? I'll be here for you. I'm not going anywhere.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfricht Milgras, the former lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfricht whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegus?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegus from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
Yeah, I'm curious what's going on here. I'm really excited to find
we
out.
are Renin by blood. Neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
How could any of this happen? For years, Lenegus was a, well, bastion of order and stability. Where did it all go wrong? Did it go wrong? Oh, man, I just wish I knew what was going on. I'm glad there's people to talk to. It's important to kind of get an idea of what's going on.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say?
Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Uh-oh.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
I mean, we know he didn't
Did you
necessarily
mean
do it
what
on
you said?
purpose.
About letting her
His
take her
friend didn't
life
really
if
give
she
him a
wanted
choice.
to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
I feel guilty about fleeing while there are kids out there fighting. And there's no need to worry about them. Just come from they come from a higher ranking family than ours. That makes their Ashlar stronger than ours. They're simply fulfilling their duty to society as members of the ruling elite. I know, but it still doesn't sit right with me. I feel a little sad not being able to pick that up, but we can't. Oh wait. Forgot we did use a little bit. It's wholly unnecessary, but whatever. They might take to us being in a dungeon before we get to do anything else, just because.
I wonder what we can make with this.
Oh.
If you can't decide, I'll have it raw.
Hey, wait! Don't eat that!
Eating pennies in pet shape. Who knows how many people have died? What happened to the Zoogles? Don't tell me they broke out. No. Luckily, we were able to seal them off before they got too far. Not that it does much good. And they've escaped in other districts too. If I had to guess, I'd say there are a lot of Zeugles running loose throughout Lenegis. There are a lot more of them than us, too. What are we going to do? All of our best soldiers are stationed down in Donna. Oh, looks like we have to show them that the Donnans can come and save the day.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnigan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnigan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnigan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnigan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnigan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnigan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Beautiful. As it were.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right.
Ooh.
Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Do my eyes deceive me? Or has my shop been blessed with Lord Dohalim and his servants? Is there anything I can do to help you with, my lord? I really don't need to buy anything. And there's nothing to sell. But what about weapons? Gladius Renee. That looks sick as fuck, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I don't really like the way it furls at the top there. Little spikes that come back. That looks crappy. But otherwise, it looks really cool. I would rather be a flat tip. Flat tip would be really cool. That looks so garbage. But we might as well do it. Castus Renee. Ah, the Mated Claw allows us to make that. We need to get Dark Mean to get their biggest ones. Historia Renee. That's kind of interesting. Ink Protector. Alright, let's do it. I don't think we have enough Mantic Claws. 4, leaves us with 3. 5, 6, 7. We have just enough. No, we're short one. That's okay. I'd rather get the 4 that we normally use. Oh, we add some money. It's fine. We'll worry about it later then.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
What shall we eat? Didn't we just get a new recipe? Fancy parfait. Ooh, we don't have milk for it. Medium elemental hiccup. Huh? Sandwich, because holy mar. Sure.
Thanks for waiting. Eat as much as you like.
It's probably a scene. No, maybe not. Maybe we have to do it at a camp. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, so that's the way to go. Let's do it once over. There might be some loot hidden about over here, right? I should take a quick break here. We're gonna go a little longer. I mentioned that in the Discord, but we're probably gonna go an extra hour tonight, even though I started a little later than I meant to. I think I said it earlier, we had Thanksgiving early, which kind of whatever. And shitty thing is, I can't stream tomorrow, but come Monday, we'll be back to normal. I mean, if I find time to stream tomorrow, I might. There's a chance. But I accidentally signed up for something in New World that I wanted to try. I wanted to have experience with it, and I don't think they always will be this late, but this one just happens to be. Where there's these wars that happen, and for the different faction, or the towns, whatever, against the factions. And I signed up for it thinking that it was going to be, I'd maybe be like a half an hour late to like the latest I normally like to start, and we just go a little later that night, no big deal, right? Then I realized that no, actually it's, it'll end up being much later. It'll be like 10 my time, so about an hour and 43 minutes ago from now, right? Well, sorry, I realize that doesn't make much sense if people watching the VOD. It basically is 8 Eastern Standard Time, and it ends at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. And then I'd probably need like, maybe not around 30 minutes to get ready, but you know, give or take, right? Wind down from it, talking to people and so on and so forth. I probably just wouldn't jump right out of the game right afterwards. So estimating that it would be about 9 Eastern Standard Time, which is 10 AST, Atlantic Standard Time, which is the time zone I'm in. And I made a bit of an oops. I thought it was going to be, I don't know why my brain read that as being 7 my time. I don't know why I did that. It just, but I already signed up for it, and I already told the guy, told some of the guys that I'd be there, so I felt bad about it. So, oops on my part, but that's why we won't be streaming tomorrow. Also, for that matter, I guess I should mention this too. We're having technical difficulties with Twitch. Obviously, I'm sure everyone knows what happened to Twitch. All the data mining or not data mining, the data breach, whatever. Nothing happened to me. I'm fine. My stream key doesn't even matter because I have a app that handles it, so no big deal. But issue is that it unlinked my YouTube account, and I can't get it to relink, and I don't know why it won't let me. I've tried looking into it, and I just can't figure it out. So the VODs are probably going to be on my Twitch only for the foreseeable future, unless something changes. But I'll do some digging and see if I can figure it out, but I really couldn't find anything. I don't know anyone else is having this problem right now. So, I mean, I could always download them and manually upload them, but that's fucking annoying and a lot more work than it is probably worth. That said, though, I'm gonna be like 5-10 minutes. I most just want to get out, stretch, use the washroom, make sure we're good to go. Another hour 15. So, oh well, at that point it'll be an hour and 5, but whatever. BRB. just in time, maybe? Close to. Yeah, so we've been an hour and 5 minutes left, right? Yeah, something like that. Alright. Double check to make sure I'm not being yelled at on Discord. Interesting. Nothing major. Cool. Where better be? There we are.
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Ho! I am Lord Dohalim of Elden Menencia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
I can carve through armor! Dragon Sword!
Blah 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 magic!
Dragon Sword!
Sleep now! Annihilation!
It's almost too strong! Then I'll split it open!
Be my guest!
The enemy wields us too!
You'll soon see about that!
I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire! No! You picked the wrong fight! Here! Fire support! Vacuum blade! Dragon sword!
I'm all stuffed up!
Lightning throw!
Never miss! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Not bad.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Curious. Platinum talk. The Mantis. Well, we kind of did need to beat another one. If we can help it, I'm only gonna fight one.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Can't get out of this!
Into the struggle!
Severing wing! Mega
around us!
Dragon Swarm! I'll finish you right now! I'll smash you!
Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning lightning!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
I'm just getting started!
Severing wing! Lunar Rondo! You shouldn't have messed with me! Talon Storm! Lunar Rondo! Too fast! Demons Descend! Flashing Fang! Now!
Here I come! Crush! No further!
Winds of heaven! First
Vacuum blade!
Searing flame!
Dragon swarm!
In here! Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Not a chance!
Searing flame!
Mega sonic roll now! Be still! Burn! No escape! Yes! Soaring light! Prepare to be sealed!
Arctic water pulse! Mega ray! That'll bring you down!
Dragon swarm!
Air thrust!
Can't get out of this!
Come on, roll now!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
This fight music is fucking great, by the
look
way.
who's in a bright and shiny
Like
mood.
it rivals that of Xenoblade's, and I fucking love.
Out of our way!
Okay, he's pretty much the same as his other counterpart.
Try harder! Not a chance!
Escape!
Burn in hell! Dragon swarm! Time to cross blade! Prepare to be sealed! I'll smash you! What wins?
Here, not in your dreams!
Luna Rondo! Talon Storm! Soaring Light Spin! You're mine! Here we go! Dragon Swarm!
Healing arm!
Mega Sonic Thrust! Severing Wind! Luna Rondo! Soaring Light Spear! Flame inside me! Yours to be let free!
Why didn't that work?
Coming through!
I never understand that. Sometimes the attacks just don't do anything. It hit and I held the button down and it just didn't do anything.
Here, let me help.
Burn in hell! Dragon Swarm!
Holy glimmer! Holy light!
Watch this! Vacuum Blade! Dragon Swarm!
That'll bring you down.
Take this! Severing Wind! Luna Rondo! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield.
He's a little too.
Good! I'll leave it to you! You should have messed with me! Critical! Luna Rondo! Soaring Light Spear! Rising Falcon! Ignite! Here! I'll crush you! Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw!
Searing flame! Reload!
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Failure's not an option! Mega ray!
Vacuum Blade! Be still!
Heart sealed! Here,
Take this! Dragon!
I'll let you all down.
You paid for that! Moving back!
Water!
Dragon Swarm! Vacuum Blade!
Is this it?
Fuck! I tried to dodge, but I was just.
I could do this all day.
This should do
That'll
it!
bring you down. I'll tear you apart. More for the stockpile.
Dragon Swarm!
Swallow dead!
Mega
Now I'm in
Swarm!
trouble.
Severing
I could do this all day.
Wind!
I'll crush you! Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw!
I'll heal you all.
Dragon Swarm!
Off my shoulder!
Mega Sonic Thrust! The flame inside me! Yours to be let free! Be still!
First force.
Remove!
Astral energy.
Say no more.
They really made us work for that one.
Oh, we got 10 of them. All right, that's more than enough.
Let's dispose of the
Dragon
trash.
Swarm! On my lord!
Dream.
Done it! Mega Sonic Thrust!
Circle.
Wind!
Strike. Back into the front.
I'll punch that gun out of your hand!
I see one, eh?
Armor won't save you!
Roll now! Here I come! Inferno!
Astral energy.
Say no more.
Will this help?
Now!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Dragon Swarm!
Puzzling to me!
Holy glimmer.
Now I'm in the groove!
Severing
Let's give it a whirl.
Luna Rondo!
Darkest sky.
Dragon Swarm! the floor! You picked the wrong fight!
Here
Take
goes!
this! Dragon Swarm! It's time! Eagle Assault! Eternal Devastation! Storm! Lunar Rondo!
Here's a healing art!
I owe you one! Take this! It's over!
Do it!
Everyone hanging in there?
I suppose. Headlight. Shortcake recipe. Spongy cake filled with cream and strawberries. Harsh punishment awaits anyone who dares to steal the strawberry sitting atop.
Right, here goes! Megasonic Thrust! It's on!
How long are we gonna keep this up for, Assassin?
Now you'll learn!
Healing circle! Holy
It's
light!
time! I'll tear you apart! Swallow Dance!
Radiant Peak!
Dragon Swarm! Vacuum Blade! Megasonic Thrust! Severing Wing! I'm on!
Radiant
Rising Falcon!
I'm out of ammo!
Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm!
I'm sad that I didn't connect.
Severing Wing! Lunar Rondo! Soaring Light Spear! Rising Dragon Shout! Now get in the groove! Eagle Assault! You're mine! I'm not done!
Do it! Xion! Astral Energy! Full throttle!
I can feel my power growing!
Oh, hey, leveled up. Solid.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
Ow! Dragon Swarm! Burn in hell! Megasonic Thrust! There!
Thanks so much! I did not pass on the handshake! Annihilation!
Severing Wing!
Eat this!
What's this?
That'll bring you down!
Dragon Swarm!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this!
Lightning is done! Here, let me
Megasonic Thrust!
Holy glitter! Holy...
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Dragon Swarm! Propelling Hurricane!
Vanish without a trace in the wind!
Megasonic Thrust! Vacuum Blade!
Inferno Punch!
Wind! Try harder! My turn! Rising Falcon!
I'm nearly done for. Glacial Spear! Here's the evil! Made one! Come forth!
Not today! Dragon Swarm! Swallow Dance!
Now
Megasonic Thrust!
Healing Circle!
Wind!
Inferno punch! Nothing gets by me!
I dodged and didn't do it.
I'm not done!
Far beyond the mercy line!
Try harder! My turn!
Far enough!
Dragon Swarm!
Explosion! Hear me! Flame of
Vacuum
fury!
Blade! Severing Wing!
Hurricane!
My turn! Here I
Here's a
come!
healing art!
Strike!
First aid! Can't be
Strike!
Swallow
Dance!
Gemini Aqua!
Megasonic Thrust! Dragon Swarm!
All crush you right now! Without a trace!
This one's all mine! Coming through! Ha! Now!
Oh, I guess I did one less than I meant to.
Here, let me help! First
Severing
aid!
Wing! You picked the wrong fight!
Lightning Orb!
Lunar Rondo!
Rising Cadet!
Soaring Light Spear! Shut up! Point Black!
Holy Glitter! Holy Land!
Rising Falcon! I'm not done!
You!
Severing Wing! Lunar Rondo!
I never miss!
Shut up!
These fists have got your name on them! Inspiration! I can do this all day! I'm on it! I'll finish you here! I'll crush you!
That had one. That was a large fucking combo we had going. 50k damage on her too.
Eat this! I'll tear you apart! Watch this!
Illuminate the dark! Come to your body quiver, and that's my way! Do it!
I'm on it!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Don't push yourself too hard.
Right is the way not to go. Which means there's loot to be had. And enemies to fight.
It's on! Dragon Form! No further!
Here!
Huh? Ether!
Power of water!
Megasonic
Trying to keep up with the walls!
Dragon Form!
Now we need to cast it again. And do this.
I'll be saving this one!
You're mine!
Oops.
Eat this!
Ready to hurricane! Thunder field! By the power
No
of water!
further! Here!
Annihilation!
Megasonic Thrust! Be still! Lunar Rondo!
Do it! Lost!
Demons Descend! Flashing Fang!
Do it!
Dragon Form! Light Burst Force!
Radiant Genesis!
My turn!
Eat this! Water energy!
Lunar Rondo! Soaring Light Spear! Hurricane Thrust!
Lightning Orb!
It's on! You picked the wrong fight!
I really
Lunar Rondo! Stardust!
It's time!
Lunar Rondo!
Watch this!
Soaring Light Spear! Rising Falcon!
Here! This one's mine!
Dragon Form!
More for the stockpile!
No escape!
Now I'm real mad.
Thunder field!
Now take the course.
Megasonic Thrust!
Away!
Strike!
Finish without a trace! Here goes! More where
I
that
can
came
carve
from!
through armor.
Dance in the wind!
Tectonic Lunar Pixar!
Here I'll be raining fury!
I'm not done! You're finished!
Eagle assault!
There!
Saving three legs!
Do it!
Lost!
Demons Descend! Flashing Fang!
Well then, let's keep moving.
Jesus. They weren't joking when they said that I get more ore now. Alright. Real quick, we are sitting on a ton of these. Elemental attack. Again, we're just dumping that in Rinwell. What is her... What is she at now? 1281, Jesus. That's so much. I'm afraid to get her a legendary weapon. I think it's going to obliterate everything.
Gotta break through!
In a bind.
Radiant, not on my watch!
Glacial
Spear! You won't bow out night! Then you leave me no choice!
Bring them down! What a hit! Release call! Severing wind! Burn! Megasonic thrust! Here I am! No escape! Dragon form! Demons Descend! Flashing Fang!
Here,
My turn! I'm not done! I'm just getting started! Dragon form! Rising thrust! Lunar Rondo! Rising Falcon! Unleash! Thrust! Wind! Rising Falcon!
Oh, it just barely fucked that up. Oh.
Rising Falcon!
I'm pretty worn out.
Wanna rest up for a bit?
Alright, we can do one more.
Hi, Hoodle!
Dragon form! Bombardment!
No further!
No soul can stand up to these glaives!
Fierce evil!
I'll finish you here and Vacuum blade! Severing wing! These fists have got your name on them!
Shut him down!
Burn! I'll smash you! Dragon heal! Eagle I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes!
Too much for that shield, my guy.
Do it, Zara! Frozen!
Hammer!
Ah.
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more!
My turn! Mega Sonic Hurricane! Take this! Vacuum blade! Do it!
Totally! In an instant!
Impact block!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Hey, money.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
I mean, we could bring them along. Not like we respect the hierarchy by any stretch.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
We're being called forth, it would seem.
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter
Very
anyway.
true.
So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds, but neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to. She looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imeris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Oh shit. Illusionary battles would be interesting. In fact, that quite looks like what we're about to head into here.
Varia, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
That's not good.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never... No Varia to control Zoogles like that before.
How about with the stone that was suspiciously like a master core? Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zoogles, then we get some answers. Burn it! Aim for their weak spot!
All finish you here and now!
Going right there!
In here! That'll bring you down! I'll be saving this one!
Megasonic thrust!
Blah, blah, blah,
Here I come!
Here I come!
Now you see what I can do!
Dragon Swarm!
Handle! Into the shadows!
Dragon down! Risen tear!
Lightning thrust!
Take the arrow!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Done! I'll leave it to you! Try harder! Not again! Not now! Not ever!
Tear you apart! Solo dead!
Come on, roll now! Dance in the wind!
Lightning thrust!
Air thrust! Light after the storm! Inspiration!
You shouldn't have messed with me!
Oh fuck, he just teleported. By the way, I actually think this is based on an enemy from Dope. That was a right trick in that game too, no less.
While it's reeling!
Take it down!
Here and now!
Raging storm!
Glimmer dragon!
You're mine! Where are you going?
I'm not done!
Hurricane!
Magic is Holy Annihilation!
Dragon Swarm!
I'll tear you apart! Super solo
Blade
tear!
inside me! You're to be let free!
This one.
Ignite!
Dragon sonic thrust!
Here's the healing arm.
Return to the station!
Raging storm.
Super
Blue
solo
Rondo!
tear!
Razor Tiger.
Hurricane!
Do it! River!
Astral energy.
Say no more! Here I come!
Oh, violent starting.
Dragon Swarm! Here! Lightning thrust! Lunar Rondo!
By the power of
There!
Finish without a trace.
Rising Falcon!
It's about to strike.
Look sharp, everyone!
Air thrust. A whirling trouble.
I'll tear you apart!
First aid.
I'm on it.
Burning. If it's in the sky,
You'll
it's
pay
mine.
for that!
Freeze ransom.
Here we go again!
Lightning orb.
Hurricane!
I can do this all day!
Freeze ransom.
Please get off me, Hilo, sir.
Severing Wind! Lunar Rondo! Soaring Light Spear! Rising Falcon!
Alright. Get back up, Law, please.
I'll bring you back from
Severing Wind! Try harder!
That'll bring you down.
I'm not done!
Photon flat hurts the level.
Here we go again. Soaring Light Spear!
Finish without a trace. I'll be
Try
saving
harder!
this one.
My turn! Dragon Swarm!
Magic is there.
Dead!
Do this all day!
Field.
Lightning Thrust!
Big blast.
Lunar Rondo!
Fury.
Soaring Light Spear! Rising
Thunder
Falcon!
field.
Dragon Swarm! I'll burn it all!
We did it. I wasn't expecting to. I thought we missed it, but... Oh, fuck. We're hitting for a lot of
Flaming
damage.
Pillar! Fire!
Will this help?
Burn in hell!
It's weakened.
This ends now! Dragon Sonic! Vacuum Blade!
Deny! All good things come
Win!
to an end.
Raging
Try harder!
Spread.
You're mine!
Glacial Shield!
Here's the
to be let free! Dragon Swarm! You picked the wrong one! Megasonic Swarm! I'm nearly done for. Stay away from my friend! Dragon Swarm!
Reload!
Severing Wind!
Bring you back from death's abyss!
Sorry, this! Pierce!
I'll be safe! Resuscitation! Here comes! More on that
Pierce!
Healing circle!
Storm!
That'll bring you down!
I'm not done!
You can't get out of this!
I'm just getting started!
Get up, Alvin.
This should do it!
Feel!
Take this! Swallow Dragon Swarm!
I'm on a roll now!
Healing circle!
I owe you one!
More where that came from! Illuminator!
Severing Wind!
Forth! Holy Glimmer! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I like the slow-mo. It's great. I don't know if you can sit in that indefinitely or not, but I'm not afraid to test fate too hard.
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Shoot the core out of him.
Dohalim!
There we go. I mean...
Forgive me.
Okay, I'm glad they didn't make Dohalim kill another one of his friends. I think that'd be way too dark.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
Sounds to me like this Avakir guy understands something is up, ultimately.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzalik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion,
Huh?
thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
I like that scene a lot because I always hated. So I hate to bring it back up because it is very recent, and I know I already harped on about it 1.5 billion times at this point. But I think it's a good contrast to draw, and I feel like I should do it. So Tales of the Abyss bothered me with the way it handled. So at first I really liked that it was handling mortality, and then by the end I feel like they had, probably due to rushing on this, with corners cut, so on and so forth. But regardless, they started to kind of like fall back on a lot of that stuff, and I felt like honestly it started to get a little annoying on that front. If you're curious about my complaints, on my YouTube channel you can watch the entirety of that, or even on my Twitch. I think the VODs are still up there too. I haven't deleted any. For Tales of the Abyss, I think it starts around like the last quarter of the VODs. But yeah, that's the TLDR anyways. So, but I like that a lot more. I like the way that Kisara poised it. She poised it in such a way, or phrased it in such a way even, that it was kind of pushed to be not a bad thing. It's not like she was ever blaming Dohalim for it all, but she doesn't want Dohalim blaming himself, or even for that matter, dwelling on this idea of forgiveness where there is none to be had. You know, you shouldn't be chasing the impossible. You should instead be doing what you can, sort of deal, right? Obviously, you can't seek forgiveness or atonement for those who have died. They're no longer alive. Sure, you could seek amends with their families, in which case I think Dohalim should. I'm of that camp. I believe that he should tell Faria what happened. Leaving her to wallow in her hate will do her a lot more long-term damage than letting her just get it out grief-wise, right? But anyways, point is that she put that in such a way that was like her being a bro to Dohalim. Whereas in Abyss, they instead posed it as, wow, you're a fucking murderer. You can't do anything to atone, they're dead. You just gotta live with it and fucking learn to do better. And it's like, it felt really condescending, really assholey when, regardless of Luke being, them knowing the context behind Luke or not, or anything like that, they knew he was still just a kid. To put that fucking weight on his shoulders like that, when a chunk of the cast were older than him and had a lot more experience than him, just for them to fucking dump that on him like that is so fucking horrible. And that's honestly why, by the end of Abyss, I didn't like the cast of characters. Not necessarily that I thought they were bad characters. They definitely had some moments where they were, but, for the most part, not so much. But I genuinely, heart to heart, probably would have... Let's say I was an anime protagonist or an anime character in Tales of the Abyss, right? Just, context-wise here. Obviously, most of those characters would beat my ass. Magic or otherwise, right? But the point I'm getting at, though, is that I would have fucking knocked Guy straight out. What he did, the way he phrased some things and did some things, man needed a couple pegs knocked down. He needed to go down some... So, I don't know. I'm trying to think of an analogy to kind of emphasize this, but the point is that, yeah. Tyr needed a nice chewing out for how annoying she ended up being at points. And yeah, I don't know. There was a lot going on in that story that inevitably made the characters look bad, like the antagonists almost. Obviously, not nearly as bad as some other things, but yeah. But honestly, they didn't do anything much different than what Kisara did. There. I mean, obviously, there's the whole context of Abyss is wrapped around it, so there's a lot more happening. But yeah. So the sentiment was still the same. It's just the way that they expressed it and the way that they went on handling it was different. And I think it was done way, way, way better here. I know that's probably sacrilegious to some people that are Tales fans, and I apologize about that. Again, I'm not trying to wipe away anyone's love of Abyss by any means. If you have nostalgia for it, if you enjoyed it, maybe you just had an entirely different outlook on it than me. That's perfectly fine. But I think it's important for me to like push my, or not push, sorry, that's the wrong word, to express the way I see it, the way I feel about it, comparatively, and contrast it, especially with a game from, later on in the series, because in my eyes that shows that they're not, honestly, from a writer's standpoint, it's really amazing that they were not deterred or not scared away from certain aspects of storytelling, which I gotta be real, that's probably the one thing I hate the most, is when someone does something bad and then they continue to write stories down the line and they just don't touch on certain aspects anymore because they're afraid that they're just going to ruin it. And I think that's one of the reasons why Sword Art Online, love it or hate it, the quality of the even the books, from my understanding, kind of hinge on more fantasy than they do anything that is remotely realistic. And in turn, it makes it seem really shallow and not all that great for some people. I say probably most people realistically, but I'm trying to be nice here. I know people do like it still, but and that's why I praised the author, though. I don't know how well it turned out, but because I haven't read it, but I hear the movie's coming out soon, so I'll watch that probably. But he went and remade the entire series because he himself believed that he didn't do it justice, and I think that that's entirely admirable. And so, in a way, here, Tales of, at least from my opinion, obviously, some of the same themes that they've tackled across the series, specifically this one from Abyss, even. They're willing to bring it back up and handle it in a much better way, which shows growth, it shows learning. It may not even be the same writers, but still, there's a semblance of evolution there that is just admirable to me. I think I've talked about it before. There's two things that I love in creation in general. So like creating music, video games, stories, fucking any of that shit, right? Like media and entertainment and whatever, right? And one of them never gets done, and one of them gets done, but sometimes it gets ignored. And one of those things is what we're talking about here, where there is learning that is being made. There's been a mistake, there's been maybe a mishandling of something, but they're learning from it, and they don't just shy away from doing it again. They do it better next time, and that's great. I like that. The other one, for those who might be curious, is the willingness to take the risk that is doing something new, innovative, or just interesting. Sorry, that was a comma. Interesting. But yeah, so it's like there's a lot there that I genuinely think that could be done. So like, I hate when we get like Batman 83. It's like, man, fuck off. Just make a new comic book hero. Or when we get like we have 3 different Spider-Man movies now. It's like, man, just do a different superhero for fuck's sakes. Don't get me wrong. Some of those Spider-Man movies are fucking great, and they've done well. But at the same time, the idea behind it is like, can we please just have new shit? That's one of the reasons why I actually kind of like the way Final Fantasy and Tales and several other JRPG series do it. Sure, it's still got the Tales of, and it's still got Final Fantasy slapped on there, but they're different games. Most times, obviously not always, but like, or different, sorry, settings and worlds and stuff. And I think that is ultimately a risk that is being taken that doesn't get taken in other avenues as often. Like 15 was a bit of a miss for a lot of people. I think that's a fair statement to make, right? Final Fantasy 15 took something like action combat into a series that wasn't very well known for action combat. It had some spin-offs, but no mainline games that I can recall. I mean, I don't think 13 was. 13 had like some weird combat, but it was still remotely turn-based. Same with 12, right? But yeah, anyway, so 15 was basically its own set of things, and even in the world of action combat was very different. And for a lot of people, it didn't hit the way they wanted it to, and they didn't like it. I have friends that love the game even then didn't like the combat. I even have friends that didn't like the game because they didn't like the combat. But point is that, but I still admire them for doing it. It's like, they still did something new. They still did something interesting. In a way, they tried to innovate on something that, if for a lot of people fell short. I didn't necessarily think it was bad. It was flashy. It was fun to look at, but honestly, it was very basic in the long run. But I don't think it's a bad thing. Just because they fucked up with 15. I mean, I hope they do the same thing with 16, but do it better. Make it more fleshed out. Give us more input. Stop making things so auto. You know, like that would instantly be an amazing turn of events. They took something that people didn't quite like too much and turned it into something that was hopefully more beloved. But we'll see. Obviously, we haven't seen a whole lot about 16's gameplay yet, I don't think. To really tell, or not enough to tell, really. Anyways, that's the rant. That's the ramble, I guess. Oh, I didn't mean to trigger our cutscene. We have a thing to go through. Escape, rather.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
For the record, I think that's one of the reasons why I warmed up to Arise, and why I've always loved going Tales to Tales game, because of the different changes and evolutions they've made. And regardless of what my opinion of this game would have ended up being, I still would have respected it for trying something so drastically new.
There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That looks like the Thorns, almost. Is it going to be tied to the summon spirits? I'm actually curious if the Thorns are something to do with Shadow or something. So it looks like Thorns was a curse placed upon her as part of the ceremony. Wait, is Shadow trying to destroy the world? Are the spirits mad with us? At us? Fuck, that'd be an interesting little clip. Astral energy itself is trying to destroy everything. I also really hope that the cutscene isn't drowning me out. It probably is to some extent.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. Now, It was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so,
yeah, the
maybe that
spirits.
complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for.
Yeah,
but
boy,
why?
I guessed it. Well, maybe.
I don't know.
That still couldn't be the...
Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving.
I think they all
If
want
it's
it.
Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Because we know Ifrit was pretty willing
Shion's
to
right.
turn up the heat.
All we can do
so
is
to
keep
speak.
going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching,
And we met
there
Sylph
could be truths in them
and
I was
Undine.
never aware of.
And came pretty close to know him.
And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I bet Rem's out there, and I bet Shadow's our main antagonist.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them.
I'm a
I
tad
just hope
sad
we can find a way.
that it's Undine and not Celsius, though. I feel like Celsius gets the short end of the stick in all the games.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
Probably was.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
Astral energy
I
might
am
have that
merely
property.
entertaining the possibility.
It would explain
whether it was
why
Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers.
it would explain why
I do not know.
Rimwald's able to read it
Okay,
and
back
understand
up a
it
second.
and feel
You're
it and all
saying
that.
that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
A lot of curious stuff happening.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I just need a little time first. I want to make sure I go into whatever comes next completely prepared.
Is there a fast travel point here? Not like it would. Not like I can backtrack even if I wanted to. I mean, we're perfectly fine. I don't think we have anything we need to worry about. But I would like to save. In case we ever wanted to dip. I don't know if this is a point of no return. Again, I don't know. I really don't know how close to the end of the game we are. But you know,
Soon,
safe than sorry.
I have
As
to be
it were.
ready to face anything. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Good.
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out.
Is this gonna be a long segment before we get to a good spot to stop? I feel like I should stop here. I planned on stopping at 1 a.m. and it's about a minute to 1 a.m. Whew. So, just in case, I'll make a third save. It was 68 hours. I anticipate we got another like 12 in us.